Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to another CreamCatCorner stream. So, since it is Puzzle Sunday, at least it's Sunday where I am, um, I did remember, I did remember that I got this game, Shapes, from the Epic Game Store for free a while back. So I decided to open this game today. So I'm not sure what kind of game. I know it is a puzzle, but what kind of puzzle it is, I'm not sure. This game, when I first got it, it reminds me of those Android games that you got from, let's see, early 2010. Is it 2012 or 2013? Not sure. I think it's the one that is called God, I don't remember. Where's the pipe? Is that right? I might be wrong on that. Don't quote on me. Where's the pipe? Is it that? I'm trying to Google it. Where's my pipe? I'm not even sure. I think it is. At least it reminds me of that. I see the uh when I see the interface of the game. Is the music too loud in your guys' ear? It is a little bit loud for me, so I'm just gonna reduce it. This is a mouse and keyboard game, so yeah, I don't have a lot of desk real estate, so I'm gonna be slightly awkward with my mouse and keyboard. But anyway, let's head into the game. Let's play. Oh, okay. Before that, 6 hours ago, like I'm not sure when, but it's the morning. Today's morning. Someone just follow my channel, Chris PvP God. Thank you for the follow. I really do appreciate it, and welcome to the club. I hope you enjoy your stays here. And if you miss the VOD on Twitch, since I am not a partner or affiliate Twitch user, so my VODs will be updated, not updated, uploaded on my YouTube stream archive channel. Hello, Vigor. Hello, hello. What's that? What's what? This game? This game is a puzzle game called Shapes. I'm not sure what yet. What kind of puzzle game it is. We're just gonna explore. So let's head into the game. Okay, what is this? Tutorial. Place an extractor on top of a circle shape to extract it. Okay. Let's... Ah. Oh, okay. Then what? Conveyor belt. Transport items. Hold and drag to place multiple. This is not an idle game. Build more extractor and belts to finish the goal quicker. Hold shift to place multiple extractor, use R to rotate them. Oh dang. Okay, whoops. Whoops. Um uh-oh. Okay. You found a Call of the Lamb animation someone made, and after stream you must see it. Okay, sure. Just bear just remind me. Sometimes I forgot to do things. Okay. Level 1 complete. You just unlock the cutter, which cuts shape in half from top to bottom, regardless of its orientation. Be sure to get rid of the waste, or otherwise it will clog or stall. For this purpose, I have given you the trash, okay? Which destroys everything you put into it. Okay, so the cutter splits the circle into two parts, the right and the left half, and the left half gets deleted. Trash. Okay. Okay, let's put it here. R. Okay, so it's a little bit difficult to do. Oh shoot. Okay, how to undo? How to undo? Tell me how to undo. Oh shoot. Okay, oh god. Okay, um Control Z? No. Oh god. Okay, um uh how do you undo? How do you delete? What? I don't understand. Um, oh god. This delete with right and left click. Oh, okay. Oh my god, I didn't read that. I'm so sorry. I got panic. Splitter. Put it here. There. Uh, okay. Hopefully this is good. Okay, level 2 complete. This level gives you no reward, but the next one will. PS. Better not destroy your existing factory. You will need all those ships later to unlock upgrades. Unlock upgrade. All ships you produce can be used to unlock upgrades. Do not destroy your old factories. The upgrades tab can be found on the top right hand corner. Interesting, is it here? Okay. Tier 1. Belt, distributor and tunnel. Speed increase from 1 times to 1.5 times. Oh, okay, so... Oh, okay, I see, I see. Okay, this is a really cool game so far. Okay, so we need half circle in order for us to... Wait. Empty, gray, gray. We need half circle, 500 of them. That's a very specific orientation, huh? Interesting. So I need circle. Oh shoot. Okay. How do I get? Okay. There's. Let's see if I can understand this or not. By the way, you have a schedule now. Ooh, now with your Twitch channel. So when you stream, what you stream per day. Oh, okay. We'll definitely have a go and check it out after this. So far, what game have you been streaming, Vigor? The- Um, and also, what is your progress in the Terraria where you dig the whole island? No, not island, the whole ecosystem. Hollow Knight Mobile, Terraria, and Crash Royale. Ooh, I've never heard of Crash Royale. And Hollow Knight Mobile. That's also the first time I've heard that. Interesting. In your Terraria, you have stopped the digging and you are doing a painful challenge. Ooh, you tell me more. The multifunctional balancer has been unlocked. It can be used to build bigger factories by splitting and merging items onto multiple belts. What? I don't understand. The multifunctional balancer has been unlocked. It can be used to build bigger factories by splitting and merging items onto multiple belts. Multiple belts. So it merge. Man, this infographic doesn't tell you a lot, huh? Okay, let's see. Maybe the merger. Can I delete this? Oh, okay. So basically, I'm just taking one slot on this middle level. Okay, and then I need to cut. Wait, what? Cut shape from top to bottom and output both half. If you use only one part, be sure to destroy the other part or it will clog or install. Okay. Let's figure out a way. So I should get the second half of it. Yeah, let me try. Oh shoot, okay. Wrong way, wrong way, wrong way. Oh god. Dang it. Okay, Okay, let's try to understand this correctly or not. There's a specific orientation that I should go, right? It like this. No, no, not the right way. Okay, okay. Let's see, let's see. So it can't be like this. Okay, wait. Come on, man. Uh, okay, like this. Okay, there it is. Uh, come on, okay. Man, it gets stuck real. Oh, come on, is it the wrong? It's the wrong direction. Wait, what? Okay, I am confused. Okay, so basically I'm choosing the wrong output. Okay, let me try this then. Thank goodness that there's no penalty at all for my mistake like this. Oops. Uh, oh, there it is. What? Sheesh. Okay, that took me longer than I expected. Oh man. Oh, okay. While we are at it, let's figure out a way to simplify this procedure. Okay, wait, what? Okay, wait. Like this. Okay, that's correct. But I need it to be the other way around, so I need it to be like this. Is it like that? And put a trash can here. Okay. Okay, this is good. This is good. Uh, this here to... How do I... Okay. Okay. I am a little bit confused here. Okay, so maybe I don't need a lot of that. What is this? Your rotator has been unlocked. Well, geez, thank you for notifying me about this when I need this a long time ago. The rotator has been unlocked. It rotates shape clockwise by 90 degrees. Okay. But before that, I am gonna read what Vigor has put in the chat. So the painful challenge is Terraria, but basically the only weapon you are allowed to use is Mini Shark with mascot balls. Mini Shark is the ranged weapon with the least damage, and musket balls is the weakest ammo. Oh no. You are allowed to use potions or buffs, summon and sentries, but bombs, swords, bows, magic weapons, and any other weapon or any other gun other than Mini Shark is not allowed. So yeah, the challenge is a pain. So wait, basically you can't do range weapon except for the mini shot, right? But you still can use a much stronger melee weapon, such as sword, right? Oh, it's not? Oh, okay. Let me reread that. You are allowed to use potions or buffs, summons, and sentries, but bomb, swords, bow, magic weapon, and any other gun. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I understand now. So you cannot use anything else besides the mini shark. That includes sword, bows, and magic weapon. I see. Oh gosh. I can't read apparently. Okay, I understand. Man, and how far did you get with that painful challenge? That that sounds really, yeah, that's pain. That's a painful experience to have. This game has a lot of key bindings, which makes it easier to build big factories. Here are a few, but be sure to check out the bindings. Control plus drag, select an area, shift, hold to place multiple of one building, invert orientation of place belt. Interesting. Okay, let's put a rotator. Are you kidding me? It can only go one way? Okay, how do I get to the... Oh, upgrade, okay. Oh, I see. It only, okay. That, okay, that, I need that. I need that. Okay, that's correct. Okay, now... For extraction, I can do that, huh? You know what? Since... Let's try and get as much movement as possible to this side. Okay, good. At least now there's some movement, so not that worried. But what about this? How can I divert this to somewhere else? Because apparently there's a backup here. Okay, let's divert into somewhere else. Is this right? Okay, that's good enough, I guess. Then road. Oh god, I need to cut. Okay. Is this right? I needed to cut here. Okay, hopefully this is the right. Okay, it is the right direction. Okay. Okay, good. At least we are making progress, so that's good. I do need a lot more of those square stuff. Um, you are still vigor. You are still in pre-hard mode, and you face 2 to 3 bosses before the wall of flesh. And to know how painful Moon Lord, the last boss, will be, Skeletron, who is a pre-hard mode boss, you deal with the damage you deal to him is like 2 to 3 damage per shot with buffs. Oof. I'm not even asking what it's like without any buffs. I'm guessing it's gonna be either one damage per shot. Ooh, yeah, that's really. I don't know why you torture yourself like that, Vigor. Then I suppose you like the challenge, right? Okay, so extraction is almost done. You know what? Why am I doing like this? Maybe I should make full use of the deleted part and not waste it. Maybe I need to rotate it twice. Okay, so we have the second half. We have bottom, we have top, we have right, but we don't have left. So let's work on that right now. Something right, so twice. Okay, now we got the whole plethora of shapes and orientation. Now I just need to get the same for the squares. Oh, okay. That's good. They inform you of the shapes that I need, huh? Not shape that I need, the upgrade. Let's get that. Oh my god, what? I need a quarter? Okay, interesting. You also play shapes now as well in a website. You like it. You're already level 4. Well, I am such a slow player, huh? I should. I'm still getting used to the whole thing. You know, this reminds me of when I was learning about transistors in chemistry. There's the AND gate, something like that. A very specific. This is very reminiscent of how, from what I know, how a programmer deals with stuff. You have a specific outcome that you want, and then you have to set a specific parameter in order to achieve specific outcome. So interesting. Okay, so I need to make it a little bit quicker, huh? But how? Okay, maybe I need to delete this then. Oops, not that. Delete this and do this. Okay, now we're moving. Can I replace this? No, you need to delete it first. Still, I'm still want to know how to solve this whole problem. So I do need the quarter circle. How do I get a quarter circle, you ask? So let's cut it again. Oh man, it's gonna be um quite tight here. So okay, let's do extractor first. Uh okay, level 5. Okay, finally. The tunnel has been unlocked. You can now tunnel items below belts and buildings with it. What? Tunnel has been unlocked, so okay, I get it. But why? Why would I need it? And what shape do I need? Okay. Okay, maybe let's do something else. Let's God, okay. Let's do this then. Let's have it cut this way. Okay, and then it's gonna be cut again. Cut again this way around. Yeah, good. So now everything is gonna be cut twice. So this is gonna be half, and then this is gonna be quarter. And then I am gonna put an orientation. Is it? Okay. Oh, okay. That's your shape so far. Okay. Let me just open this then. Oops. Okay. Whoa, okay, nice. Okay, okay. You're doing much better than me, Vigor. You somehow managed to make it less crowded. You're doing good, actually. Let me just this. this. Okay, let me do this. Oh god, that's not the right thing. Let's do this. Ah, there it is. Yeah, you're actually doing much better than me, Vigor. You see, you're much better at organizing stuff like this. If you are looking at mine, oh my god, what is what's up with the clutter that I have? Oh god, okay. That's okay. We all are moving at a different pace. Okay. Um, I don't think we can do this. But let's try. Let's try and see what happens first. Active, finally. I'm curious as to what happened. Okay, what? Okay, wait. This one cuts it in half. And this one gets cut in half again. Should be quarter. Dang, okay, I am confused. Uh, okay, let's think about this. We do need to cut it, right? So let's have a look. What happens if we put a cutter here? So it turns into halves. And then if we cut it again, that doesn't make any sense. Am I missing something? Oh, it's the direction. Got it, got it. Okay. So if I do this, no, doesn't work that way. Okay, it does. It does turn into quarter like that. Okay, let's rethink about our strategy here. So basically, the orientation of everything plays a huge role. So it's like that. Need to put it like that. Like this. Okay, I'm figuring things out here. Okay, let's see first if this work or not. That's oh gosh. Okay, this is I like this kind of game. This it really challenge your understanding of the mechanic of the game. Okay, so this one turns into the downside, the bottom half. Okay, okay. Let's think about this carefully, huh? Okay, let's stop production, extraction, I should say. Um, that goes into one way. We need it to be the other way around. We need it like that. So, and then I need to... I'm confused. And then put a cutter. Cutter here. Okay, that's good. Now we need to do... Okay, okay, I'm confused. Why is this like this? That's okay. We'll figure things out. Um, this is gonna be left-sided, and then gonna be top, like that. Hopefully this is the right thing to do. Okay, and then okay, no, you cannot do it like this. How do I merge? How do I merge? Can I merge it like this? I think I can. I am confused. Okay, maybe I overcomplicate stuff. Oh. Maybe I did. I did overcomplicate stuff. I am so tempted to start all over again. Oh shoot, okay. Oh. Oh, there's a lot. Okay. Okay. Now I understand. The demo is over. You finish your game. Oh no. In your cutting in half machine, the circles enter only one by one. I see. Oh god, okay. I'm still confused right now. Am I overcomplicating stuff? You know what? You know what? With my knowledge right now, control, select area, delete. How do I delete? Delete. Let me restart. I'll restart the whole thing. Otherwise, I'm confused. I'm confused as heck. Okay. To unlock painting. Okay. Here's the plan. We are gonna get each of this side is gonna be the main circle. Not the main circle, I mean the half side. This is gonna be the left, right, top, bottom. Okay, let's do that first. The extractor part is gonna be last. Okay, how to do this? Okay, since it is a cutter, and a cutter does split into two. So when it comes out like this, it's gonna be put half. It's gonna be uh horizontal slice. It? I forgot. Let's go with that first. Okay, what? Oh, shoot. Okay, okay, it does work. Is it? Sorry, not horizontally, vertically. So it splits vertically like that, so that's good. Then, let's do this side. Okay, so since this side, I need to have a rotation like this. Is it like that? I'm not even sure. Then let's do splice here. Oh dang, okay, okay, it does work. Oh, okay, so I don't even need to do all that. Now let's do this then. Uh, do this, do this, do this. Oh god, okay, do this. Oh, okay, it works. Okay, this is good. This is good. Okay. So why they make a line and go slow? Because I got too hung up on this before. Yeah, the up because I guess because it is following production rules, right? It is only the output controls the um the congestion here. If the output is um a lot, it's gonna be much quicker. There's not gonna be a whole lot of congestion. You know what? I think I can do something about this. You know what? I'm gonna stop production here. Maybe I can do something about the stuff here. Let's stop. Put it here. You know what? I'm gonna stop this first. Delete. Okay, so this is gonna be half and half. Okay, how do you deal with this? Rotate it like this. So this is gonna be left and right. Sorry, right and left. Okay, and then how do I drag it until this to this side? Maybe use the merge. Oh, I get it. I get it. Okay, let's do this. Let's put the one like this in the center so that I can split to like this. Right? Am I I think this is wrong. How can I split? Yeah, let's just try first. I'm not gonna be 100% sure. Like that. Okay, it does alternate between the two, so that's good. Whoops. Okay, it does alternate, so that's a good sign. Okay, we have the top, we have the left, we got the right, and now we just need the bottom one. So like this. Oh my god, it works. Okay, okay, now I understand how it works. Sheesh. Okay, so from one, we managed to get this whole lot. But it still slows down here, huh? The cutting process takes a long time. Is there any way for me to get this? Not yet. So I need to do something. Okay, that's okay. I do need to do this. So let's focus on getting the quarter things done. Oh god, okay. How do you deal with this? You can tell how you you can tell me how to do the quarter. Not that I don't know how to do it, it's just that how do I make it in such a way that it's not cluttered like previously. I mean, this one is really good. This one is really good. I mean, basically, each in output that we got from this place is really um how should I say this, huh? Much more organized. That's the word. Okay, now let's figure things out here. So basically, I need to cut it twice with a specific direction. So put it here, half. It's gonna split into vertically, so it's gonna be left and right. Left and right. Oh god, each single quadrant is a little bit confusing. Okay, you know what? Let's practice first. Oops. No, 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 no. Okay, that's good. Okay, so we have half of this. Could I cut it? So I do need it to be go into this direction then. Only I can do the cutter much like this, side by side, mirrored cutter, but it doesn't work like that, huh? But let's see the outcome first. So we did get the left, lower left quadrant, so that's good. Lower left and lower right. Okay, that's good. This one is the top one. Let's do this. Then we do cutter like this. Please tell me this is the right way to do. Okay, okay, we managed to do it. Okay, that's good. Dang, okay. That's a little bit of confusing N. Not N. Oh god, confusing part on my end. Make a path, put two cutters in the path, and if needed, put rotators. I think I did it. So we got all of the possible outcome that we need. So okay, that's good. Okay, let's do it the same thing for, oh god, for the squares. Okay. Put it like this. I don't think we gonna need a whole like that. Then like this. Oops, wrong way, wrong way. And then put extractor here. Okay, nice, nice. Okay, that's good. Hey, maybe this one can be a little bit more streamlined, huh? Like we did with the square. Okay, now we can figure out a way to do the same thing here. Let's put cutter here. I'm not even sure if this is gonna be the right thing to do. What is pipette? Oh, It duplicates stuff. Okay. Okay, let's but okay, the square one is, I mean, okay, let's do this then. Okay, this is the right thing to do. Either gonna be here or here, huh? I'm not sure yet, so let's put hit rotator here. Yeah, rotator here and then rotator here. Then put cutter here. Oh, okay, it's gonna be here then. Okay, that's simplified things for me. I like that. Uh, uh, oops, wrong stuff. Like that. Yeah, that's okay. Progress. I hope I'm doing the right thing here. Gosh, can you imagine me doing the wrong stuff? Okay, and then we just need to divert path. Be like this. Not even sure if this is the best way to do it or not. Let's try. Let's try. I'm not even sure if it's gonna work or not. We'll just have to wait, I guess. It's a little bit slow, huh? There's already backup in this area, meaning it can be... How do you deal with this? How can you make it as efficient as possible? And you know what? I'm gonna put a rotator here. So that this is gonna be much quicker than it should be. Rotator here twice. Rotator here triple time. Okay, there it is. It's much quicker now. You can always delete the rotator. But I'm curious as to what gonna happen in the painting. Are we gonna paint this red color into... Aha, it is. The painter has been unlocked. Extract some color veins, just as you do with shapes, and combine it with a shape in the painter to color them. If you are colorblind, there is a colorblind mode in the setting. Okay. Okay, so we need red. red circle. So we're gonna need red circle, huh? So I'm assuming we're gonna need to combine colors in order to get a shade of purple. Is there any... Oh my god, there's a... Oh my god. Our hub is so small. Ah, okay. Okay, that's okay. We're gonna need some help. Okay, oh shoot, okay, okay, we need red. So let's delete this first. Add a trash can. How to... Okay, how to do colors? Press T to cycle. But okay, let's go with that first. Oh god, I'm already confused as heck right now. That's extractor. Okay, that's good. Then we need color here. Let's put path from... Oh shoot, okay, wait. Then we do that. Come on, please tell me it works. Okay, it works. It works. Okay. Can I make it as quick? No. There's gonna be a bottleneck. That's okay. You're back? You had to do something bigger? Oh, okay. Oh gosh, I'm still struggling with this game. But I had fun. This is a good struggle. So I'm guessing gonna need something blue. Where can I get blue? Okay, that's... Blue is so far away. So I can drag it from there. You need a blue rectangle. Half rectangle at that. Okay, let's mix it. Do I even need all this? You really want playing it? Oh, okay. It's a cool game. I'm lucky to get it for free at the Epic Game Store. You know, the trailer doesn't do it justice, actually. At first, I thought this game is simply gonna be like where's the pipe? That the game where you redirect you lay down some pipes and then the water will flow. And if you lay it down correctly, the water will not um God, what's the word? Um leak into somewhere else and you complete your objective. But this is much more fun. Yeah. Okay. Okay, maybe I need to stop production here. Do I need all that? What is the upgrade I need? Okay, how do I get this? How do I get this shuriken shape? Epic Games had it for free? Yes. I get it like oh man, I got this quite a while ago actually. I just so if you like free games, you just simply download it. I mean, I had some games in there that I don't even think my PC can even handle playing it, let alone streaming it. I'm trying to remember what else. I mean, uh, I don't even remember. I got a few. I got a few free games from the Epic Games Store, so it's not totally worthless that launcher. Oh my god, it's not even moving. So slow. Okay, whatever. What is this? CCW rotating? What does that mean? Color correction wheel? Okay, whatever. Oh god, okay. Okay, let's figure out a way for us to split the square into this shape. Let's do this. What if we do that? Oh, you can. Oh my god. I didn't know you can do that. Okay, so basically I need to split this in half and then you know what? Let's experiment. Experiment in on this side where it's not gonna harm our main production unit. Oops, wrong stuff. Then do it like this. I'm just curious. I'm just curious as to what's gonna happen. Okay, so I need the one on top. So I need to do a rotator twice. Rotate it twice. Rotate it twice and then what? Need color, something to color. Okay, color. Okay, this one is correct. Oh god, okay. Let's do. Oh god, this is the wrong way. Okay, this is good. This is good. This good? Oh god, I'm not even sure. Uh, you know what? Let's split it. Let's split this into um this. Put it like that. Okay. How? Okay, okay, let's just try this first. This is gonna be a dead end. On YouTube, you found a weird series. What kind of series are you watching on YouTube, Vigor? I hope it's not something NSFW. Okay. So I need to how? You know what, let's put extractor here so that I can see how it works. Oh, tunnel. We never tried tunnel before. Okay, that's a revelation for me. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, good. Oh god, okay. No, nope. Not like that. Okay, let's you know what? I'm gonna delete this first. Delete this first. Just so we can make room for this. Okay, nice. Okay, now things are moving. Why didn't I think about using tunnels, huh? It's called Skibidi Verse. Yeah, do tell me more about that. Skibidi Verse? That's the first time I've heard of it. So this things are moving, so I'm not that worried. Dang it, my mouse. Okay, there's gonna be a bottleneck here, but yeah, it's a little bit slow here. The tunnel so far doesn't have any problems, is it? Yeah, this one is having a little bit of a bottleneck here because this is slow, this is also slow. Gonna be quite quite sometimes. Okay, maybe I can improve the production line by making multiple. Not even sure. You okay? So I need purple. I also need purple circle. Not even possible. I mean, we are making red circle here. Maybe if we can divert it into here, for example. But where do we get blue? Blue is so far away. Oh, not that far actually. There's blue here, so that's good. So vigor. So it's about some sentient toilets with human heads in them that try to take over the world, and three teams try to stop them. The cameraman dudes with camera for heads, the speaker man dudes with speakers for their head, and the TV man dudes with TVs for their head. Oh my god. That is weird. So wait, sentient toilet with human heads in them. So it's the opposite. So the people, I'm assuming a humanoid body with object as their head, is gonna try to stop a toilet with human head. Okay. Weird, but okay. I've never heard about that, so that does sounds funny. Okay, so we're gonna need purple. Yeah, I am gonna delete some of this. Um, then what? I'm not even sure yet. I know I'm gonna need some tunnel. Tunnel here. Tunnel here? Yeah, tunnel here. Oh god, okay. That's god. Okay, level 7 completed. You have unlocked a variant of the rotator. It allows you to rotate ships counterclockwise. To build it, select the rotator and press T to cycle through its variant. Well, that's that's really something. Okay, so basically I don't need all this, what you're saying, right? I mean, I technically do, because this is gonna be the left. Yeah, I technically I do need this. Just that I don't need all this. Okay. So Vigor, also the toilet sings a song that is stuck on your head. It goes like, I'm not gonna try how to sing that. I'm assuming it's gonna be like those it sounds annoying at first and then it follows you. Basically an earworm. Okay, so basically I need color mixing, huh? Oh man, I don't want to experiment creating the circle, the the purple circle, but I'm curious. I'm curious as heck. I hope this is the right thing to do. Oh god, it's the wrong side. Okay, and then do it like that. Then let's do a divert. Let's do a divert here. Oh god, okay. No, no, no. That's the wrong way to do that. Oh god, okay. Okay, like that. Actually. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Then let's hopefully things work. Oh my god, is that the wrong way? God dang it. Okay, like that. Like that. Not working? Interesting. Nope, it doesn't work. Okay, that's a waste of time. It only output the last color, which means I am not able to mix the two color to create purple yet. Okay, interesting. Maybe I should just stop this production first and do that. Okay. Maybe after this, after I unlock this. But so far things have been moving swiftly around here. It's the rotator is having a little bit of a bottleneck. The cutter and the rotator is making a little bit of a bottleneck, but that's okay. Okay, so we do need it like this. And we also need this. Why did I stop? Okay, that's okay. Okay, let's think about this. I can't do that. But I can make a tunnel. I can make a tunnel. Oh, maybe here? No, I can't. I can't. Okay, okay. Interesting. Maybe I shouldn't I shouldn't be too ambitious just yet. Okay, we got the mixer. The mixer has been unlocked. It mixes two color using additive blending. Aha. Interesting. Okay, so basically in order to create purple, we need blue and red. Blue and red. Okay. Did I saw it? Oh, okay. Let me see for a bit. Okay, wait. Before I go and watch it, let me let me actually set up how to do this. And then while we are waiting for the purple circle to manifest, and then we'll figure things out eventually. And it's so oof, so confusing. Well, let's remove all this additional stuff. Okay, that's okay. We got purple. Then let's do the paint. Good. Then hopefully that works. Please tell me. Okay, it works. Okay. Now I can go. Now I can go and see the shorts. Uh, see that. Oh God. Come on, man. Are you kidding me? Cannot run in the background? Surely there must be something, right? There's nothing. Interesting. Hey, okay. You know what? Whatever. Let's go see the video first. Okay, let's see. I'm not even sure if I can show it on stream because it's not my video. Oh God. Okay. Okay, that bigger. I thought this is supposed to be a funny video. The thumbnail is very scary. Oh God. Okay.
My style is ridiculous. Skibbity bum bum bum, yes yes. Skibbity bum bum nim nim. Skibbity bum bum bum, yes yes. Skibbity bum bum nim nim.
Oh
My
my
style is
God. Okay. That is unsettling. That was the song. Okay. Uh, you know what? That the song reminds me of somewhere I've heard about this song before. Isn't this the meme song from way back? Not way back. I mean, it was when I was in university. It's normal because that series came out from a meme. Ah, I see. I thought so. It reminds me of the meme song. God, I don't even remember what the song is called. But yeah, if you said that the series come out of from a meme, that kind really explains it, to be honest. So I don't need this, so I can do this. Mixing and painting. What is this? Hello? I need 1.5k? What? 1.5k of this? That's really unfair. Compact merger? Oh, okay. Do I even need red circle? I don't. So I can stop production here for a bit. Okay, and then let's. We have a lot of blue. Let's do this. Then where's the tunnel? We put a tunnel here. Then color addition here. Where else? Where else can we do? We can do it like this. And then put it like this. Oops, not like that. Put a tunnel here. Tunnel here. Okay, good. All done. Nice. Okay. Anyway, you gotta go. It's like 37. Oh god, that's so hot. 37 degrees Celsius now. You need an ice cream or something. And also, that is the Cult of the Lamp animation to check out the stream. Will do, will do. Oh, it's by Mash. Uh-huh. Okay, I will definitely watch it. Thank you for the recommendation there, Vigor. In fact, I better copy the link while I still have it on my chat. Oh, it's a 15. Okay, sorry. Whoop, 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 whoop. It's not a 15-second. Oh god, it's an ad. Skip ads. Can I don't think I am. I I I better not. I better not show the video. I don't think I don't think I am allowed to show other people's video on my own stream unless I have a webcam showcasing my reaction to it. Uh, I don't know. Well, let's just see. Oh my god, it's an 8-minute video. Hmm. Okay, you know what? Let's finish the game first. Not finish, but um, look at the video first. Okay, so we are having a little bit of a bottleneck here. Not even a bottleneck. A rate, our rate is limited. So let's add a little bit more of that. Ooh, the music is jazzy now. Yeah, that should do it. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna need that. Okay, so do I even need the half, the rectangle, the blue rectangle? I think I need, yes, I do need 1.5k of it. Oof. Oh, I get it. So you need to get all of this requirement up first before you can upgrade it. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. That's we are gonna play this game for quite a while, huh? Before I am able to do any sort of cool stuff with this game. But that's okay. That's okay. Okay. Okay, so we still have a bottleneck here. And Lusting Asmodeus. Ooh. Welcome to the chat. Best piece of advice you got was to keep the upgrade tiers the same so that the ratio stays the same. Ah. Keep the upgrade tiers the same so that the ratio stays the same. You mean like this, huh? So right now I have the belts, distributor, and tunnels at level 3, the tier 3, but the extraction and the mixing is still level 2. Ah, I see. Okay, so basically what I need to focus right now is doing this. The squares and the quarter circle. Okay, that's a good tip. You need to keep I need to keep myself focused. Okay, how to do this then? Okay, I need a quarter circle. So in the top right hand corner, I put a cutter here. You know what? Let's do that. Is that gonna work? Yeah, it does work. Okay. And put it here. I don't even need this actually. Huh. Okay. Okay. Oof. Okay. I hope I'm doing the right thing. Okay. 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 I think we are making progress. Ah. Okay. I think I did. I did it. I did it. Then we need to rotate it once more this direction. Nice. Okay. Things are keeping are moving. I have to say. Okay, good. Level 9. Complete a merger. Variance of the balancer. It accepts 2 inputs and merge them into one belt. How's that gonna help me? This there's something that I'm not understanding. Even if we merge, we still need to separate things out. Otherwise, it's gonna clog. But I'm guessing it is usable here, huh? To merge. How do you merge? How do you merge? ST? Oh god, okay. I'm so confused right now. Okay, oh god. How? How do you make this star shape? Shuriken shape. If I cut it once, it's gonna be like this. It's gonna be a rectangle like this. How? So I need cyan. Am I am I not understanding this? Oh god, okay. I think I am not understanding it. I can't even understand how the merger things work. Okay, so I'm planning on merging something from the to clear up the top row into this one. So it should be like this. Nope. So the output should be heading towards here. The output should be in here. Okay, let's take this slow and figure things out. Okay, this one works. Okay, it works. Okay, I understand how it works now, but why? Okay, that's fine. Let's think about this. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, the square one is a little bit redundant here, so gonna clear things out here for a bit. Just put normal conveyor belt. Can I merge? God, okay. Uh, is it like this? I am so confused. Okay, that's okay, that's okay. I think this is the one that I should be using anyway. So that I can delete this. Okay. That's good, that's good. So we are almost done with the semicircle, so that's good. I still don't understand how am I supposed to make this shuriken shape. Trying to think here. And I need cyan, huh? I don't even see a cyan in hint. That's a shape like that? Where? Oh my god, there it is. Oh my god, okay. I am an idiot. But where's cyan? I don't... I don't see cyan. My god, am I colorblind? Okay, okay. This is blue. I need cyan. Okay, okay, I think I need to combine colors. Let's see. I need green and blue. Okay. A little bit confusing, but that's okay. This is gonna be you can also include a shortcut of a shape which you can generate here. What? I am so confused. Okay. Oh god, what is this? What is this? Hello? Oh, never mind. It opened a website. You know what? I'm just gonna do like this. Shuriken. Oops. There's two shuriken. This is also shuriken, so let's think of a best way to combine this. I mean, this one is right in between two green and blue blocks. Dang, my... Okay, okay, I'm not giving up just yet. So let's do this. Okay, you know what? You know what? I am gonna... Do I even need purple? Okay, the purple one is done. But we do need 100 more of this half circle. Let's put a rotator here. Okay, good, good. At this rate, I'm gonna do the other objective first before I'm able to do anything else. What? Yeah. While they are doing that, hmm, let's figure out a way. Okay, thank goodness we unlocked that. We because we do need. Oh, okay. What is this? Whoa, okay. This is really advanced. Okay, that's okay. You know what? You do you. Uh, we still haven't done anything about this. Okay, I need that. What else? You need this. Okay, these two are really, we really need that. Oh man. Okay, now I understand why we need that merger looking thing. Because we have a very limited space here. So I understand. Do we need? Okay, we do need purple circle. Actually, no, we don't need it right now because the speed is too high right now. It's not balanced, especially with the cutting and rotating. This one, we need to do something about this. So put it there. Wait, what? Interesting. Okay, let's start with this place. The blue from here is gonna be combined here, somewhere here, and then we combine the shuriken into two. We split it into two. So that one path can be combined with the color to create cyan, and the other one can just be uncolored, plain. Okay, let's start with the pathway to blue. Okay, that's the first step. Need to combine colors, right? You need to become like that. Okay, good. Vector. Be like that. Okay, I get it. We can do something like that. God, okay, where's the paint? Okay, good, good. Now we do need to get the shuriken. Track. That's not how it's supposed to go. You know what? You know what? I should be more meticulous about all this stuff. Okay. Damn it, that's not how it's supposed to go. Okay, now that that works, delete this. No, God, who asked you to change, sir? Hold shift and we'll keep the lines. Oh, dang it. Okay, that's a good tip. Thank you for the tip, Asmodeus. Man, I am. There's so many things I need to learn about this game. Oh, you're right. This is so much easier, Asmodeus. Okay, you know what? Then we need to get a merger. Oops, wrong stuff. So the final output, I want it to be merging with this place. I'm guessing it's supposed to be like this. Aha. Okay, things are working. At least we have some sort of movement. Then need to separate this whole area thingy. Separate it into two stream. Then we merge. Ah, okay, it works. Okay, there's something stuck. Something stuck here. Okay, interesting. Okay, so colors cannot move, huh? normal colors, so only blocks that have been colored can move. Okay, interesting. Okay, now we're moving. Ooh, okay, nice. So yeah, our conveyor belt, as you can see. Oh god, is there a way for me to pause? Our conveyor belt is really fast, but our our mixing, no, not mixing, our stacking capability is so slow. So I think we need to increase our output. I mean, there's a lot of gaps, so why not? Okay, let's think of a way. We can drag it here to here, go down here, and merge. That's a good strategy. Uh, Extraction point. Go out here. Then put it there. Man, it's a very long conveyor belt, huh? Then we go with the merger. This one should do the trick. Ah. Oh my god, look at how fast it is. Okay. That works. Is it the most efficient way to do it? No. But does it work? Yes. As long as it works, that's all that I care about. Okay, so the color mixing is a little bit on the slow side, but that's okay. Okay, we do need pinwheel. Where is pinwheel? I haven't seen a pinwheel before, but maybe it's because I'm blind. Am I blind? Well, apparently I am. Gonna need this, right? But I'm not even sure where can I find it. Seen a lot of red, but I don't see a pinwheel. Oh god, I got so overwhelmed by this. Maybe I should start small. Wait. Oh, we didn't. we even need a semicircle anymore? Apparently we do. Interesting. Oh, no, 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 no. We don't. We don't need. But our extraction is a little... Okay, still high. Our main problem here is this one. This one is still tier 1. And then we need to focus on the mixing and painting. So, I can see the pinwheel should be fine, but that's the problem. I didn't see any pinwheel. This shape. I highly doubt that we need to split everything and then combine it. I highly doubt that's the case. Maybe I'm too over ambitious. I shouldn't be doing this yet. I don't know. Guessing I am over ambitious when I should be focusing on leveling everything up at least to the same level before I am able to do anything else. Okay. So the color mixing is still... That's our color, our rate limiting factor here. Oh, it's not actually. It's the fact that we are... The shuriken is a little bit slow, huh? Okay, let's fix that up. Okay, that should be good. Okay, new upgrade available. Finally. Oh my god. Hey. Okay, we do need to increase this output, huh? Okay, no worries, no worries. Let's do this then. Let's merge. Sorry, merge. Okay, and then having this one. Okay, that should be... That should triple our output. So it should be moving quite smoothly. We have a lot of empty half square. Can we even make it even quicker? You know what? I'm gonna try make it as quickly as possible. First thing first, merge. Okay, it should be quicker now. Okay, so the color is still the limiting. The color mixing is still the limiting factor. Okay, I should I should see what is it that we want. Okay. Okay, I think we can split things up here. Make a tunnel. Okay, not what I expected. Okay, okay, this is okay, not working. Okay, let's do this then. Uh, uh, color mixing. Color mixing, and then we split. Then do a tunnel. Do it like that. Okay, and then we merge. Okay, huh. Oh my god. uh, that's a lot of backup, huh? But that's okay. Things are moving. Things are moving. Oh my god, it's moving so slow. Okay, that's a new upgrade. Cutting, rotating, and stacking. Okay, so I'm still having problem with this mixing and painting. Can you give me a hint? A hint. How am I supposed to find that? Really hard to find it, huh? I mean, this one is it's one of them. How? But how am I supposed to? There's a lot of shurikens, lava squares. but not this one has the right halves, but not the right other half. Oh god, okay. I'm really confused. Okay. You know what? Let's have a look. There's a lot of backup, huh? Extraction is already level 3. Oh my god. How am I supposed to do this? Okay. Um okay, okay. Can't there's something here that hasn't been unlocked yet, so I should be focusing on doing that first before I am able to do anything else. Oh god. Okay, here's the plan. Let's increase the output of this cyan color. We do that by mixing green and blue, and let's split. Let's split the two colors then. On this way, and this way. Uh, not tunnel, merge. Okay, this is the right way. Let's ignore that. Okay, good, good, good. Then we split. Okay, nice. Then what? We'll need to separate this color into another set. Okay, good, good. Then we need green. Like that. Then split again. Make a tunnel here. Oh god, okay. Are you kidding me? Okay. What do you mean I can't? It's too long, okay. By the time I figure this out, I'm gonna reach my goal. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. Do a merge. Then we do a split here. Oh my god, okay. What is this? You can now combine shapes with the stacker. Both inputs are combined, and if they can be put next to each other, they will be fused. If not, the right input is stacked on top of the left input. Oh, I get it. I get it. Okay. So I'm doing all this for nothing, huh? You know what? It's not all for nothing. Still can do something about it. Okay, now the problem here is how to make this. I'm guessing we have to make it from scratch. So, and the only way for me to see that I can combine is the music a little bit too loud. What is colorblind mode? Let's try it. I don't see any difference. Oh. Is there a difference? It does. There is a difference, huh? Okay, you know what? No. Uh, okay. Where is the pinwheel? There it is. I need to mark it as off pinwheel. No, okay. Delete this one. Okay. This is gonna be a challenge, huh? Okay, wait. Let's go to the hub and see. Chaining extractor, huh? Okay. Let's figure out a way to do that first. Oh man, this is a lot, to say the least. So we need a green top half, a top circle, and a cyan shuriken bottom half. So we can divert this cyan shuriken. No, we still need that. Huh, okay. But we can divert half of it. Okay, you know what? Maybe we should focus here first before we can focus on the cutting and rotating stuff here. Let's do this first. Let's go to the half pinwheel. Okay, this one I have to get rid of the half square rectangle, the half side of this. So let's do this. Okay, and then let's just see how it goes, huh? Okay, so I really don't need the other half, so let's put it here. Then we need to split. You know what? I'm gonna limit myself by doing this, huh? Okay, scratch that. Let's do something else. We have a lot of real estate here, so let's take advantage of that. Uh, we'll cut in half. Okay, and then I need to make a merge. Extractor is level 3, right? Okay, extractor is level 3, so I'm not that worried. And then from this half, we need to separate it out into two. Okay, and then oh god, okay, stop. Rotator we need twice. Is it twice? Yeah, we need it twice, rotate twice. Okay, and then we need to combine it, put some stacker. Oh god, wrong button. Aha, okay, so it worked. Okay, now we just need to combine with red. Then we can go into this. Okay, then I need to change this into not half pinwheel, more like sorry. Oh god, I forgot I did that as a keyboard shortcut. Sorry about that. Pinwheel production. Yeah. Hey, this is fun. Okay. Uh then we need to make a color combination. Let's do this. Color painter. Okay, and then let's do it like this. Okay, and then we need a red color extractor. And then let's you know what, let's put more extractor so that we are not limited in our option. Oof, okay. Okay, this is getting a little bit confusing, especially in this part. Okay. Okay. I know what to do. Again, my solution is not the most elegant of solution, but it does work. That's all that matters to me. Do I need anything with more of this shape? Ooh, I do need more of semicircle, bottom semicircle. And then okay, we need to stop this. Then let's put a rotator anti-clockwise. Same goes with this anti-clockwise. And watch this number increase. Somehow this is the bottleneck is the color combining and the not color combining, the painting and the assembly. How to do this, huh? I think cutting is, yeah, cutting is tier 3. Cutting is tier 3, so I'm not that worried about that. I do want to start making this, but gonna take quite some time to do that. Should be focusing on this. So let's do something about that before it is too late. Let's increase the production of this. And then we can merge into this. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. I keep pressing the wrong button. Then rotate clockwise, twice. Then what? Oops, wrong direction. Then we need to hit merge. Merge here. Nope, 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 nope. This one. Then let's put an extractor here. Then we need to merge here. Okay, now we're supposed to be double our production on that. And then we need to split this. You know what? No, I don't need to split that. I do need to split this. Then we need to add color. No, not color mixing, painting. Add tunnel. Then add extractor here. Nice. Okay. Still need too much. Okay, so the color painting, the painting of the process is still a little bit slow for my liking, but bear in mind we are still on level 2, whereas the other tier are level 3 and above. But that's okay. At least the pinwheel production is still going strong. Gonna take a while, huh, to reach. Wonder if I can somehow make it quicker by increasing the number of this painting station. Okay, you know what? That's a good idea. Let's do that. Painting station here. The problem here is whether or not the tunnel can survive. Okay, it can. Okay, that's a good sign. Okay. Then we need to split this main section, or should, okay, maybe you know what? Let's split it here. Oh wait. Before I do that, I need to figure out where to put it. Put it like that. Oof, okay, not like that. And then we put merge something. Okay, good. We're making progress. Slowly but surely, we're making progress nonetheless. That's all that matters. Ah, okay. Now we should increase our production rate by a lot. Still have a lot of this, huh? Oh dang. Oh, my PC is struggling. I hope it's not showing that much on stream. Okay, how far can the tunnel survive? Okay, not very long. But can we make a tunnel back to back? We can. Interesting. Okay. Okay. We can make it. Okay, so now the limiting rate is this. The production of pinwheels. Not the assembled pinwheel, but the act of stacking together. Okay. Um, what's the strategy here? Maybe add more. Yeah. Let's add some more. Um, let's put some cutter here. Put it there. Trash can on this side. Merger. Put it here. Clockwise. Wise. One. Two. Then back. Then merge. Okay, okay, and then we need a merger. Okay, we have a lot. We have a lot of okay, things are moving on, so that's good. And then maybe put a splitter here. So that I can finally divert the attention from this bottleneck into someplace else. Put it here. Is it here? Yeah, put it there. Okay, progress. We're making a lot of progress this time. Man, this is the most the most I want to say not consistent, systematic system we've ever built. Oh my god. Yes. But now we have like four. Yeah, we have four line, right? One, two, three, four. Okay. So our rate should be quadrupled compared to the initial part. Okay. Now that we can sufficiently wait for the red pinwheel to do its job, let's figure out a way to somehow extract enough of this blue stuff, cyan. Man, this this stuff is a little bit slow, huh? Okay, here's the plan. Since this one has been split twice, right? Once here and once here. Okay, here's the plan. I'm gonna do a merge somewhere in the middle here. Oops, wrong. That's wrong. Okay, that should do the trick, right? I think same goes to here. I need to increase the production here. Okay, things are moving, so that's good. There's not a lot of hiccup except for this place, but other than that, there's not a lot. Okay, maybe I could put some here. Okay, so now the shuriken can flow quite easily. The problem here is now to split this into something else. Then add a circle to it. Oh god, okay. Let's think about this. Oh man, it's already 3 hours. Okay, let me do this. Set up this. The half semicircle. That's a redundant thing to do. To say half semicircle, the green semicircle and the cyan shuriken. Okay, first thing first, let's start with the uh shuriken. Okay, let's have it split up here. Okay, and then one needs to be clockwise. Sorry, not clockwise. This one that should be clockwise. This one should be anti-clockwise. Then we need not stacker, merge. We need to merge. Something merge. Something. Okay, that one is okay, that's good. Do that. Okay, then we need to get some cyan. And in order for me to do that, I need to get it from here. Let's do a split. Let's do a split here and then straight up. Tunnel. Yeah. Then we need to put a paint. Put it here. Oops. Wrong direction. Okay, now we can figure out how to add the green one. Okay, it's manageable. Okay, let's think about this. Where to add the pipe? Okay, let's put semicircle. Okay, put it here, I guess. Then push it up here, and then okay, I get it. And then we combine it here. Stacker. Okay. Okay. Okay, now we need to put multiple extractor here, right? Merge. Oh wait, I shouldn't do a merge. Should do a painter. Rotate. Color should be here. Nice. Okay. Oh shoot, oh shoot, oh shoot. Okay, okay, stop. Wait. Yeah, I think we can do that. That is a valid strategy. We color the whole thing green first and then we split it up. Cut. Okay, this one needs to be clockwise. Clockwise. This one needs to be anti-clockwise. Then we need to not stack, merge. Merge. Okay, things are moving. Nope. Let's try to make it as close as possible then. Whoops. How silly of me. Okay, and then we need to create a pipeline into here. Then we need to merge. Where is merge? Okay, like that. Connect. Okay. Nice. Okay. Phew. Somehow that was easier than I thought. Look at that. In the same period of time that we need to set up this shape, this one is already 2.2K. You know what, since we are that close to that value, maybe we should wait for a bit for it to reach here so that we can finally reach tier 3 in mixing and painting, and then in the next stream we can focus on getting the other stuff done, especially this shape. Maybe not this one. Maybe we should level up all of the tier, especially the extraction, the rest of the process, so that it can reach level 4, and then we start doing from top to bottom. How's that sound? Sounds good, right? So right now the limiting rate is the... we even need that excess shuriken? We don't. Oh my god. Maybe we should. Well, I'm gonna stop production on this side first. Even though it's not gonna do any harm doing that. You know, if I can do this much better in the future, I would do something similar to this, where there are a few pipes that are long so that I can attach stuff to it. Alas, I didn't know it is possible to do it, but eh. But so far right now, our mixing, painting of colors is a little bit on the slow side. Look at just how back up the machine is. Like literally, this painting machine is the only limiting rate for everything. mean, look at this. This is what we started with. Oh my god. Yeah, you know what? You know what? Maybe we could the half semicircle is done, so we don't even need to be doing that. So let's remove that. Uh, Merge. Okay. And then we need to increase the production of circles. So let's do a merge. Okay, that's good. We don't even need a lot. We need 440. And afterward, maybe we can and what is the function of this? We don't even need purple circle, right? We have a lot of it. But just in case, I'm not gonna scrap it just yet. But so far, from what I can see, it is redundant. Oh, right. Maybe... Aha, so I was right. Too late for a hint, but... What is this? Look at just how backup this is. Oh my god. Well, we need only one more case, so we can wait. I wonder if... I shouldn't wonder, but I wonder what is the speed run of this game looks like. Sure, it's gonna be insane. Trying to think how to do how to do this. Oh, okay. New upgrade. Extraction. Somehow extraction finish first. I'm not gonna... Oh my god, what is this? No. The ship is getting much more complicated. Well, that we can figure that out after the stream. Not the stream, afterwards. Next week, I mean. And it needs a lot of it. 23k. Dang. Okay, you know what? Let's have a look. Is the shape available to us or not? We need a pinwheel colored blue. Okay. And since the color of this is white, meaning I have to add 3 colors. I need to add all 3 colors. I need to add green, blue, and red all together. Oh god. That's gonna be a challenge for us in the next stream. And figure out, okay, it's not gonna be a much challenge. Can put it here and here. Okay. We can put it here, here, and then we, okay, something blue. We can put it blue here. Then we split. Oh, okay, so green, blue, and red all close together. Okay, you know what? I'm just curious. Let's do a color addition. Oh god, okay. Color addition. Just curious as to whether I'm understanding things right or not. Okay, and then add color here. Oh, see, I knew it. I knew it. I freaking knew it. That's gonna be a lot. Okay, hopefully, hopefully I can reach tier, at least tier 3 by then. Otherwise, it's gonna take quite a long time for me to finish this. But I'm sure we can do that after this. Man, we need to set up a lot of stuff. We need to get a lot of cyan. All in due time. All in due time. Now, also this. I need to stop production on this and then focus on the blue one. Interesting. But for now, let's see what kind of progress we have. You know what, since I have a lot of time while we are waiting for the red pinwheel to finish, let's do some merging. Okay. This should be enough. So the only problem I'm seeing right now is how am I gonna get blue, enough of the blue up to this section? I mean, granted, I can do something here. You know what? Yeah, that's one way to do it. We do a pinwheel, and then we set up a cascade of coloring section. Right, we can do this. Ah, okay. That's one way to do it. I'm quite surprised at how slow things are initially. Especially here, right? Look at this. It's stagnant. Okay, bear in mind we are in tier 4 extraction, so yeah, I get it. Especially when you compare that we are at tier 2 for mixing and painting, so I understand why the bottleneck happens. Oh my god, it's not moving at all. I just want to know what is the next shape or color combination that I'm supposed to do here. You know, before we even go. Hey, there we go. A purple square and a white circle. Peachy. Okay. Wait. Oh god, okay. We need a lot of stuff. We need to finish up this. Oh my god. Now that I see it, it is moving at a considerable rate. Okay, oof, okay, okay, I'm just gonna play this game, huh? Okay, let's see the damage that we are gonna do here. We are gonna need purple square. Purple square can be done here, or yeah, square can be done here, and then we add to somewhere around here, the lower quadrant. But where's the... Oh, dang it. Okay. Cannot do that. Can do you can do it here. Because there's green and red and blue in close proximity. And then we are not using this, the shuriken line. Ah, okay, so the top one does seems like a prime candidate for it. Let's set things up for a bit before we end the stream. I really have to go. Oh god, okay. Um, let's think. Purple square. We can do purple square here and color mixing here. Well, let's do that first. Color mixing, color mixing. Interesting. Not there, I guess. Interesting. Okay. This is way too at the end here, so I'm not gonna do that just yet. Okay, first thing first, we need to combine colors. That's the first and foremost thing that we need to do, which is making white. Making white is a lot more involved. So let's do with this first. Okay, and then what? Okay. Distributor. Distributor is tier 4. Okay, so that's not a problem for me. So one is red, one is green. So let's start with the green line. Oh, I mean, I don't even need this. Haven't I learned? I can always do a merger, so let's do it like that. Yeah. Okay, now that is cool. We have 4 stack. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, good, good, good. So far, so good. Okay, oof. Okay, now that we need circle. Oh man, shouldn't be doing it like this, huh? You know what? You know what? No, 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 no. Otherwise, I'm gonna spend a whole. You know what? I can spend a little bit more time. Maybe 15 more minutes. Yeah, 15 more minutes. Man, this game. I didn't expect to be addicted about to this game, but here I am, addicted to the game. We need a little bit more of this pinwheel. Why is this okay and this one is still back up? Thing. Okay, shoot. Let's see, doing like this? No, not like that. Add, color, no, tunnel. Oh, okay, color addition, not... Okay, now we have this. I'm not sure how am I gonna do it realistically, but we're gonna try. Maybe I should put it a little bit higher then. Oops. Oh god. Okay. Not like that. Oh, okay. You have unlocked the chain extract. I didn't even pay attention to that. You have unlocked the chain extractor. It can move forward its resources to other extractors so you can efficiently extract resources. The old extractor has been replaced in your toolbar now. Well, geez. Thanks for that. But I still need to figure out a way to connect this. Maybe I am a little bit too ambitious with this. Maybe I need to make some room in the middle. Okay, now we need to somehow cross wire to go to the other side. And that's simple enough by doing this. And tunnel. The problem here is gonna be how to get the red to the other side. Okay, by doing this. Nope. Okay, like this. That's not gonna work, huh? Oh, you know what? Yes, it can work. I just need to do that. Uh, do that. Wait, it doesn't work? What do you mean it doesn't work? Okay. Apparently, okay. I'm just a dum dum. And then we merge. Somehow. Nope. Wrong way. Okay. Yeah. Man, this shape, the one, God, it's not even showing here. Let's go to the hub. This shape here is so difficult. You need like one quadrant of square. One quadrant of square, the whole 3/4 of a circle, and then a white circle in the middle. That's that's a lot. Uh, that's okay. We can do this. I accept that challenge. Okay, now we need something to add color, right? This is gonna be a headache. Oops. Okay, so that works. But we need to do multiple of this painting in order to make a dent in this. Start with this, another one of this. Okay, and this final area is gonna be the stacking area. Okay, maybe not like that, I guess. Maybe it is like that. I'm not even sure. Anyway, oh my god, 4 hours of this. Okay, and I'm not. You know the game is addictive when I didn't talk a lot. I, I don't even know how to commentate because I am too absorbed in the game. Okay, okay, let's do at least do the white circle. Should also be focusing on this, making a purple square. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Color edition. Oh, I know, I know. Let's do this. Ah, so that means I only have to connect into one of them. Not even the right right setup. Okay. Okay. Man, that is some intense focusing there. But we finally got it. Oh my god. Oh snap. Okay, that is the wrong way, huh? Okay. So it should be circle this one. This is the right. I know something's wrong. Okay. This. Please tell me this is gonna work. Okay, it does work. Okay. Progress is progress, I guess. To unlock blueprint. Okay, that's I can't. Oh my god. Uh if it were up to me, I would play this game really really long time, for a very long time. Even now I had problems stopping. So apparently the bottleneck that I can see right now is this. There's only one of this color mixing stuff. Whatever. Um, yeah, I have to stop. 254 minutes. Ah, okay. So yeah, that is Shapes. The game called Shapes. I love it. I freaking love it. This type of game where you can focus on the puzzles. Even the music is nice. So yeah, what's not to love about this game? A lot of things that man, I wish I knew how to do in the first few buildings that I've made. I wish I knew how to do it efficiently. But overall, it's a learning process. Yeah, I definitely recommend it. I really do recommend it. Um, and the fact that I got this game for free on the Epic Games Store, like what? During, I think it was during this, I want to say December, but yeah, it might be that far back. I don't remember, but I did got it from the Epic Games Store for free. So man, I know that there's a sequel, right? Because whenever I put the game category, there are two shapes. One is called Shapes, and the other one is called Shapes 2. So I I'm I first of all I need to finish this one. I don't need to keep on finding new and new games without me playing it myself. But yeah, if you are interested, um, as of right now, Steam is doing um, I think Steam is doing a sale, right? Let let me check. I think yeah, I think Steam is doing a summer sale. Let me see if Shapes is on there or not. I think yeah, Shapes is on there. It's on there, and it's 70% discount. Oh my god, it's 70% discount. Yeah, go get it. Oh my god, I didn't realize it was this cheap. And it's so fun. I'm tempted to get it, but oh god. Oh god, it's not that expensive. It's less than $1. Is it less than no, not less than $1. Less than $3. Oh my god. So yeah, if you are watching this, then have a have a look. Have a look, and there's a demo. One of my viewer did play it on their browser. Um yeah, June 29 until July 13. So you have around 2 weeks to get ships at a highly discounted rate. So yeah, that's it for me today. Thank you so much for watching. And next week, next week I think I'm gonna start a new roguelite. Um, I that's at least that's the plan. I'm gonna start a new game called what's it called again, huh? But uh, going under. I think yeah, that's the name. Going under. It's a roguelite, so I'm gonna test to play that game. That is also one of the game that I've got like during sale. I think it was last year. Been 1 year since I bought that game, but I didn't get the chance to play it yet. But anyway, next week I'm gonna play Going Under, and the following day after that, Sunday, we are gonna continue on playing this Shapes. Uh, yeah, and that's it for me today. Thank you so much for watching, and also shout out to Vigo450 being for coming to my stream and accompanying me. Thank you for uh okay, what's this? For telling me about your streaming experience. Apparently they are doing streaming of Terraria. Painful experience where he is doing a much let me see, what does he call again, a hard mode, a painful challenge where he can only use mini shotgun, which only deals 2 to 3 damage with a buff. So if you like, go have a look at his channel at Twitch, or twitch.tv/figure VEIGAR 450 on Twitch. And also, I want to give a special shout out to Lusting Asmodeus for giving me advice for giving me advice on how to play this game correctly. Because apparently I'm not playing this game as efficiently as possible, but hey, I'm learning, okay? But other than that, yeah, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see y'all in the next stream. Goodbye.